Oh, hi, honey. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Images, images. No, come on, Mary. I'm thinking. Okay, all right. So, you stupid. Fuck. Well, sure. Living in the past era. You know what? I don't need this. Wow. Good morning, everyone. Okay, guys. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to start again. I've got two versions of some software open, so I'm getting an echo. So give me a moment. I have to figure that out. All right, guys. Hopefully that I don't think I have an echo now. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. In the main room, I'll get my screen sharing going, but there's no echo on my end. Just give me one moment. Stop it, Anita. All right, let's start this again. Take two. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, March the 3rd. My name is Barry Emerson, moderator of your trading room. So I think you guys can hear me. Okay, loud and clear. Thank you, Pepe, in our YouTube room. So we're good to go in both rooms now. Excellent. Well, we're in for a big slap down in the market to start anyway, guys. Yeah, the market's down 12 points. The SPY is anyway. So we're in a big slap down. And what about this craziness with Battalion, BATL, just a little oil play or energy play last week, and just getting now it's halted. I do see they're doing a financing. They're halted. I mean, that financing news is already out there, so I'm not sure why it's still halted. Financing news is already out there. 15 million shares at 550 a share, way above the current price. So be interesting to see where it's going to open. But that is Battalion BATL. And again, there is no reason why this one is up, like, other than the fact that, of course, energy stocks are going crazy right now. But I mean, this is the absurdity of sometimes the market. So here's BATL, low float, 3.95 million in the float. ZD, what is this one doing? ZD is so they so I don't know how much of this company is in that $1.2 billion, but they sold their connectivity division to Accenture for $1.2 billion. So I'm not sure what's left in this company, but obviously this is a big deal for for ZD. What's way I'm sorry, what did I say? Yeah, well, the financing price is way above the current price. But well, I don't know. I can't remember, what did I say, Obi? Anyway, ZD. NPT, this is one that I think somebody said they couldn't buy it. I don't know if this is one of those restricted ones. But NPT is up for no reason. I'm stalling as always. I'm just scouring my headlines to see if I can see anything, and I don't see anything regarding NPT. The China stock, TPET from yesterday, TPET from yesterday. Another one of the cheap energy plays. So this got up to 136 and it closed at 111. Yeah, I remember. Of course, we remember this one. This was, started at 93 cents, 174 now. It's a little bit like the BATL. Ruby, RUBI. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. They put out some news yesterday regarding their net asset value, etc. But again, it's a well. This is deep sea freight transportation, which of course is a very being well in disruption mode right now. Also, SEM, they're being bought out. Okay, so forget about them. They're being bought out. I think at around 16.50 a share. So they're being bought out. SEM. So William, I don't know if William's in the room yet, but TBPH. This is one of those buyouts that's being knocked down after the company, after blood pressure drug does not meet its goals in late stage trial. Company plans a strategic review, which really can mean they look like they might be trying to sell themselves. So yeah, so I don't know what to expect on a bounce. If they're looking to maybe even sell themselves, so obviously I don't think there's probably any. I hear some of you talking about the E Trade, their new platform. Is it wonderful or not? I'm kidding, of course. I'm not seeing any big positive reviews from you guys. So is this a forced move that E Trade is making you guys do? Well, I wonder how that's going to affect us in terms of our linking to them and people using Brokerage Plus to trade and linking with E Trade. Probably not good. Mongo, guys, MDB. This is an expensive one. This is an earnings play. I'm looking to see whether or not they must have an ETF. Mongo must have an ETF. I've never ever heard great things about E-Trade. They seem not to care. So no change, Ozzy. So you're using E-Trade? You're actually using E-Trade? Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. You're using Broker Plus and E-Trade and with today's E-Trade. Okay, well, that's good to know, I guess. I'm not seeing any big positive earnings plays. I mean, it's up 13%, but I don't think I can't remember the last time, if ever, I've traded Plug. But it is an earnings play. It's a huge float, 1.3 billion in the float. So that's a big move. I mean, 13.8%. That is a big move. It's through the 200-day moving average. But when you look left, you see all these areas it could stall. So just not that interested in it. But guess who's got earnings today, guys? I did my bid on the weekend. Best Buy. Best Buy has earnings, guys. BBY is an earnings play, and they're actually up on earnings. Got some room too. 68.27 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, so Best Buy. I mean, there is room. I mean, there is actually some room for this to run, but it is fading. Look, guys, on a day like today, when I get on a day like today, I'd be looking at shorting these tops. I mean, you get a stop. I mean, Best Buy could keep running, but you see what it's. Excuse me. You see what it's doing right now. What did it pop up to? But wow, it got actually up to 71. So it took that out. So it got up to 71, but now it's underneath the VWAP and it's starting. Yeah, and it's starting to drop. So I mean, on a day like today's, unless the market puts in a nice big rally, and it could. I mean, we've seen days like this before. Could turn into my favorite day, big gap down, and then a nice recovery over the course of the day. Could. Nope, not at all. Right now, this is what we're see. The only issue is this is an Amex stock. Okay, so sometimes yeah, they're not listening. They're not listing where it's going to. So, but there's no. It's not going to open at 550. I doubt it very much. But I mean, it probably may not open at 27.68 or higher. But normally in this column here, we get a bit of an idea. But stocks that are halted. This is a news halt. Also, it's not a volatility halt. So I just have to wait, see what happens at 9:30. I don't know when it's planning to start trading again. And it actually got up to what? 35. Maya, MAIA, is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. So here's one that slid, raising $30 million at $1.50 a share. So it's, right at the financing price. Well, this one is getting slapped down also, guys. ONON is getting slapped down on earnings. Morning, LD. Yeah, getting slapped down on earnings, down 12% now. Is Target an earnings play, TGT? Target's an earnings play, guys. TGT is an earnings play. It's mildly up, modestly up. Target is an earnings play. TGT. Let's see what happens here if it can take out 110. I just don't feel, unless something really changes in the market, that we're going to get a continuation of some of these earnings plays. Now, listen, some of them, they may not care what the market's doing. There's Delta Airlines, DAL, on the not an earnings play, but obviously with all the disruptions, there is the 200-day moving average right there. Okay, thank you, William, on the regarding the TBPH. It's just that when the company says they're okay, and they're cutting 50% of their workforce in a cost saving program, wind down late stage program. And I also read something, up for strategic review, which usually means that they might be trying to sell themselves or given these results, we are taking decisive steps to restructure the organization and significantly reduce our cost base. Directly from the CEO. So that is TBBH. All right. You know what, guys? I looked at silver this morning, and silver is still getting just absolutely beaten up. Look at silver, guys. Another 8%. It was down a big amount yesterday, though it did rally a little bit. Okay, it did rally a little bit, but it was still down. But down another 8% today. Trying to hold the VWAP. Yeah, TPET's having a bit of a run here, guys. So I mean, traders, what they're looking at this a battalion here, BATL. I'm wondering now, BATL has a lower float, but not crazy much lower than the TPET. Sugary guys, surgery. This is an earnings play also. Not a lot of volume yet. SGRY. Not a lot of volume yet, but it is an earnings play, and it is. I thought it might have been close to a lifetime low. Not really, but this is an earnings play. SGRY. Life 360. This is an earnings play also. Volume is kind of putrid right now, but it will pick up. Yeah, most of these are probably earnings plays. This is not an earnings play today, but boy, this is getting hammered down again. Look at QURE. Another down day. Well, after yesterday, 3 days in a row now. All right, guys, 9:20. Well, let me take a look at a couple of the ETFs. I want to see where are the financials now? XLF, yeah, still below the 200-day moving average. Whereas XLE is going to look like this. Yeah, and then we're going to look at the other one that was discretionary, XLY. So XLY, so this is another one. So that did actually close below the 200-day moving average. So now we've got two of the major below the 200-day moving average, two of the major sectors. And of course, technology was getting closer yesterday. Yeah, look at this. Wow. In fact, right now, as we speak, now it's not closed. It's just, we don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the day. But the technology, XLK, is now below the 200-day moving average. Because Battalion opened. Yeah, so it's good, not bad. I mean, what was halted at, I don't have my halts resumes here, but it was halted about what, 24, 25. So certainly did not collapse. So if you're in this one, you got in early, you can, like, really early, big sigh of relief, I guess. So they're doing a financing at 550, raising $15 million. So they're not really adding too much, less than 3 million to the float. Yeah, it did get up to 28, and yeah, I mean, it's obviously with that float and what's happening, it's gonna be super active. It will not get halted, and, this would have got halted had this happened in, after 9:30, that would have got halted almost for sure. But there are no volatility halts in the pre-market, which to me makes no sense. All right, guys, wanna get my layout, my 9:30 layout up and running, so give me a moment as I first of all save my layout. All right, let me, just do some rearranging here. All right, so these are the top 6 in that, other layout that I had. I had the top 15, the ones that were up the most from, yesterday's close. These are the top 6. We've talked about, them well, we didn't talk this is an ETF for Plug, okay, PLUL. This is an ETF for Plug, I believe. Now, here's what I don't understand. I don't think Plug is up, 12%, is it? Maybe it is. Must be. Oh, okay. So you want to get if you think Plug is going to continue to move, you can buy this one, PLUL. What's the no volume? I would stay away unless the volume just explodes. Again, this is one of these ETFs designed specifically for Plug, PLUL, but there's no volume. Now, a little glimpse at the look at this, guys. Haven't seen a day like this in a long time. So here's XLE. This is the only major sector that is up. And of course, it's energy sector. Everything was down. Look at silver, down 9% now. Gold well, gold was up yesterday, but gold is not up today. All right, guys, I'm just looking at battalion at the VWAP, as Monica is saying. You're right at the VWAP right now. Spread is not actually terrible for a stock that is with such a low float and so active. Not terrible. What was the pre-market high? The pre-market high was looks like was around 37, wasn't it? 35. I think this was the pre-market high up here. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything else sneaking in here that we didn't talk about? I don't think so. All right. So Rubio is in deep sea freight transportation. So that is another active sector. So this is the oil fund, BNO. This is the oil fund, Brent Oil Fund, BNO, obviously very active. You guys are talking about VG, Venture Global, liquefied natural gas production. So I guess call it obviously the energy sector, VG. Big day yesterday. It was was an earnings play yesterday. Great day to have earnings when energy stocks were going crazy. Behind the SPY guys. So there is the magic VWAP. There's that purple line. What's going to happen? All right, guys, we've got about 10 seconds to the 9:30 open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Interesting to see what's going to happen today. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Now, I said this yesterday, but is really true today. I mean, I don't know how many we're going to get. Biggest gainers from the start of the race, large cap, with the market being down so much. because this would be counter to what the overall market is doing. Yeah, look at that VNet. So that was that at one point, so forget about VNet. Now, I'm pretty sure that Battalion is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I think I looked yesterday. Yeah, not shortable for me. RCAT, yeah, there's RCAT. I see RCAT. I see ONDS. This is in the compare count. This was big day yesterday. Well, actually, it's interesting. It got up to what 1535, and that was a pretty big pullback. Though. It got about halfway into in the day's range. It got up to 1535, but it didn't hold the gains. Not even close. It closed at a couple of dollars down from the high. Yesterday, remember uranium stocks were going crazy. Not so much today. Here's quadruple U. Here's UEC. Uranium is getting hit here. MobX. What's happening with this one? Oh, I see. Okay, so this is this scan right here is the only one that I see stocks under a dollar. Well, ETSA does not care what the market's doing. It didn't care yesterday or the day before that. ETSA is just on a roll here, guys. This is right now typical alpha stock, not caring what the market is doing. So far, so far. The CEO acquired. This was yesterday's news, I think. Yesterday's news for an acquisition of common shares, full falling. Well, maybe somebody can click that link. I don't know how many shares he took, but he's putting his faith in the company. All right, let's take a look at the SPY, guys. So the SPY now is attempting. Well, it's sitting right on the VWAP, the purple line right there. That's the VWAP. So it's attempting to do something at the VWAP. Right now, it's undetermined, sitting right on it. Now there's OCUL. So OCUL, again, this is moving on its own. It's not caring as we speak anyway what the market's doing. Keep looking at these though, guys, and thinking, boy, these could get ripe for shorting. I don't see any news on this one. I mean, I see Clear Street maintaining a buy, raising the price target to 28. Okay. That's the only news I can see, really. It's on an earnings play today. From 21. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Yeah, BATL is not really giving up. Another uranium play, guys. Denison Mines, DNN. How the nukes doing? SMR. No bueno. So NLR, guys, that is the ETF for the nukes and uranium. NLR. So this is, look at this, 7.8%. Whoa. Chewy. Why is Chewy up? CHWY. Why is Chewy up? Well, I don't know. This is yesterday. I don't know if this is a preliminary, talking about their fiscal fourth quarter and full year. I'm starting to get this error. No, this is not. So it's like they're giving us preliminary data. Okay, because it does still say they're going to be releasing earnings on the 25th, March 25th. Well, there's that's a guys now. EDSA challenging three. Italian. Oh, this is halted. So BATL is halted on the way. Actually, it's halted on the way up. Interesting. Yeah. Nukes. Well, we just looked at SMR. Nukes and uranium. Best Buy. Look at Best Buy up here. How about that? So it's challenging the VWAP here, guys. BBY challenging the VWAP. It is an earnings play. How many are in here? That's the only stock. Well, Chewy is definitely moving on its own. I don't understand. I just don't get it why this is moving like this. I mean, they're basically just saying, we're going to have earnings on the 25th, and it's almost like they've released some preliminary results, because I can't account for, especially with the market being down. Why would Chewy be up? Just because they've indicated they're going to be opening, or they're going to be announcing on the 25th, which is nothing out of the ordinary. Bitcoin down 2,000. Almost, I guess it almost got to 70,000 yesterday. Or maybe it did after hours, but or after 4 o'clock. Yeah, RCAT is here. Fermi. Let's take a look at FRMI. FRMI. Wow, there is room. There is room. 860 is the next low, looking left. But as you know, I don't like trading in the first 15. Well, maybe you don't know, but I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Like that these things settle down just a little bit. Cruisers were getting hit yesterday, and continuation. NCLH, you can see what happened. Look at that. So NCLH closed right at the 200-day moving average, below the 200-day moving average now. And I'm 100% sure that you're going to see CCL. Another one, it closed near the 200-day moving average yesterday, below it now. And then the big one, RCL. See what RCL is doing. Another one. So you can see all three of them are now below the 200-day moving average. The three cruisers. Now, Viking is not quite the same. More of a river cruise. So it's not being hit as much. Like that actually has Yeah, it's not being hit as much. All right. Well, BATL just opened and it's surging here again. So again, with a day where the market mainly is down, interesting to see when the ones now these are usually lower price stocks in here, but let's take a look at some of them. These are moving higher for whatever reason. Well, I do see battalions in our AI guys, but be awfully careful if you're going to take that one. And it's all about the float, that 3 point. Look at the volume, 29 million. What did it do yesterday? Yesterday's volume was 90 million. So it's done 30 million already. Done 30 million already. And we're 15, not quite 15 minutes in. So with gold being hit today, guys, this is a three timer. This is a three time. So if you thought gold was going to continue down, you could buy this one, but you're going to get three times the leverage. So remember though, if gold starts to pop, this is gonna move down three times that move. Yeah, I would have thought like yesterday gold would be up, but not even close. In fact, wow, not even XLE now. Not even XLE is up. Everything like the nothing, no major ETF is up today from yesterday's close. Not even oil, not even energy. And there's silver right up 10% move down. Gold is 4% down. Okay, now interesting. The RAI wants to short a TBPH. So let me take a look at that one. Again, had really bad news for the company. EDSA guys is still challenging that three level. EDSA challenging the three level. Guess who's over $100? That's a guys. That's a over $3 now. EDSA over $3. What? Where could it go? The next high on a monthly chart is 443 on a weekly chart. So, I mean, it looks like there is some room. So this eco tanker. So this is a tanker. So the tankers actually didn't do too badly yesterday, but I'm looking at Fro. I think Fro have a good day. Oh, here, Fro had a good day. Yeah, Fro had a good day. Not today. So yeah, the Dow is down 1,000 right now. Yeah, everything is down. But you want to see an alpha stock, and that is EDSA, classic alpha stock, completely and utterly oblivious to what's happening. Well, I got a decision to make. I know I love you, Best Buy, but you're underneath the VWAP. It's an earnings play. You are an earnings play, but you are also underneath the VWAP, and it's just hard to imagine if things are going to some of these bigger earnings plays are going to sustain. All right. Well, this is an earnings play. Cores is actually an earnings play, guys. CORZ is an earnings play. It's down just a little bit from yesterday's close. The next high looking left is 1734. Just hard for me to commit going long. This was from William Scan. It's just hard for me to commit going long. This is another earnings play, VSNT. By the way, guys, I know yesterday I got rid of all the VIR. I'll take a look at it again. Did actually pretty well on it, actually. This was my swing trade from Friday. I got out of it yesterday, though. I will take a look at it again. It got up to $10. I'll take a look at it again if the market sort of settles down somewhat later on, if it gets over 10. But I just don't want to fight this market. Very good. VG. Let's see. Earnings play yesterday. All right, this is an earnings play. STNE is an earnings play, guys. Didn't see this in the pre-market, really. I guess it wasn't that active, but STNE is an earnings play, moving down on earnings. And the next low on a monthly chart, anyway, is around 1376. Weekly, closer on the weekly, though. Yeah, it looks like around 14. Could be some support around 14 for STNE, looking at this weekly chart. Well, speaking of wool market, I thought that 678 was a big area. So we're down below that, of course. Yeah, there were 675. 675. Let's take a look on a weekly chart. 670. Put a price alert there at 671-ish. Yeah, I wish STNE, I guess we'll have to look at that 14 level. Maybe it holds it, but I have my doubts. All right, grind. GRND had earnings a few days ago. 10, don't like it. Could be some support, not that far away. So, well, you had an opportunity with the AI on a reentry on the battalion BATL at 2633. Obviously, that would have been pretty good, but it is going to be very, very volatile. And this one I'm talking about, if you have our AI, there was a reentry 2633, 2853 now, so a little over $2. Same thing with the TBPH. You have a re-entry price at 1388 on the short. Okay. And here's our, oh, wow. Everything is still down. Yes. The best sector right now, consumer staples. XLP only down 0.9%. Silver down 11.5%. Look at the nukes, NLR. That's a big move, 8.3%. Nukes and uranium. Okay, guys. Well, moment of truth now for STNE. It's at 14. I thought maybe 14 could hold it. Maybe. Yeah, again, I mean, I'm seeing this is from the other scan. I mean, play, but it's just hard to commit to going long, in my opinion. Anything. Well, ZD's having a little pop here, guys. Again, they sold. I don't know what's left of them right now, but they sold their connectivity division to Accenture for $1.2 billion. I have no idea what remains then. But that is a big, big move. It's already had the big move, 65%. All right, TMDE was halted on the way up or down. I don't know. How's that TPET doing? See, people are trying to pile into that one a little bit, thinking it could be another BATL. Not yet. William is saying NRG did a great name though. Energy. I mean, how can you not call it energy? Uh, they're financing at 164, and it's below the VWAP now. Yes. So Nomad Foods, for some reason, excuse me, for some reason, is mildly positive. I had earnings a few days ago. It was not a great reaction. The next high is 1130. Next high is 1130. So it has a little bit of room. And that's Nomad Foods, MNOMD. Okay, this could be interesting. CEMEX, CX, it's just underneath the whole number, underneath 10, big psychological number. Where is the next low looking left? 1079 looks like on the weekly chart, 1079. Too close for me. No, ZD kept moving, guys. At least, well, that was one from the scan. I did not take it, but all right. EDSA is basing just over 3. Okay, it's basing just a little over the VWAP. On the weekly chart, can't see where it could go. There's a high here on the monthly chart at 450. This is back here, back in February of last year. So, but a year ago, but a year ago. All right, USEG. This is the interesting thing, guys. You see a sea of red coming here, and then you a little bit of green. Of course, energy stock. Energy stock. High yesterday was 153, maybe too close. Tree is an okay. Tree is an earnings play, guys. Well, guess who was wrong? Me. Look at SDNE. Didn't care at all about that 14 level. Didn't care at all. All right, guys. AS on the way down through the 200-day moving average. Had earnings a few days ago. Not good. Through the 200-day moving average. I don't know if there's any news today on it. EDSA. I'm not sure there's any news today on it. It's had a big run. Okay, so the news is probably back here. I don't know what that news was. That was back on what date is that? That's the 24th. See if our news has anything on that. Our news is not populating right now. So it's probably some news, and now it's just kind of continue. Well, not kind of. It's a big continuation. I don't know if there was news here. I don't think you're going to find news today, though. Can I post a ticker I own that's on the move? Sure. Dan Burns, sure. In our YouTube room, yes. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, as crazy as it sounds, that battalion is sort of settling down a bit. It's still very volatile, but ACRV from Dan in our YouTube room. Sure, let's take a look at it. ACRV. It looks pretty good. Yeah, actually, it's got room too. I mean, 178. So if you're in this one, it still has some room to move, I guess. Hey guys, I'm getting interested in AS. Okay, it had a little pop up. Getting interested on a short on this one. Had a little move up, moving down now. Market is not going to help this. Well, not going to help a lot of stocks on the bounce. Bounce plays are highly suspect right now, of course. Oh, is another nice short. I missed out on this one. H row. This is an earning. Is this an earnings play? This is an earnings play also. HROW. Dwayne, you just probably need a little bit of thermal paste. I can show you how to do that. Never gets old, does it, Pepe? You know your power button? You just put it on the power button. You on the outside of your computer, you just slap it on the power button. And I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Ooh. All right, guys. Yeah, you guys lost me. Honestly, I didn't do anything. I did not do anything. So hopefully you guys can hear me again. I didn't do anything. But what happened is these two things went gray on me. So two things being the mic and the screen sharing. So we're back though. Good. Okay. Okay, guys. I'm watching. I'm in this AS. Don't know how dynamic it's going to be, but in the short on the AS. I should look and see where could it go. AS, where could it go? I knew it had some room, so a little bit of room down to 3473. So 3473 is the next low looking left. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's why I took it. I thought it had enough room to perhaps move down. There's that weekly low, the same thing, 3469. So as long as the market keeps moving down, I don't see too many bounces coming our way. Make sure there's no news on this one. Okay. Let me see here. There is news on this one. It's a public offering. What was the price at 36.40? Hmm. So this is an offering. Changes my mind about it a little bit. I'm gonna have to. I want to pay a little more attention to it. It is a financing, so it is below the financing price, but there's, sometimes they tend to gravitate a little bit back to the financing price. So now there's the ONON. So this is I mean, this is not an earnings play. What is it? It is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Yes, this morning. But trying to bounce back. Just hard to commit. Hard to commit to a nice bounce play. If the market were doing anything else, your daily MM report. Now, did they ever answer you, Ozzy? I think I saw an email that you were saying Dan said to contact the company or something. Okay. Now, are you actually, you're not, now I know you're not connected. You cannot be connected to IB or whoever you E-Trade. What are you doing? Are you manually doing these just, or are you just still in the simulator? No, I know you can't go live with the E-Trade, but I was wondering if you were just seeing, the things that you wanted to trade and trying to quickly trade them manually. Boy, missed the boat on ZD though. ZD definitely was a nice one. Okay, Northern Oil and Gas. I wish that weren't there. NOG is another one from the scan, and the high yesterday was 29.19. Wow, yeah, it opened and it dropped immediately. AIDX. Okay, guys, wow, it's 10:13 already. So I'm going to go over my homepage right now, including all the races, scans, etc., that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Well, I was too. If I were, yeah, I was too. I was thinking that that 14 might hold it. That's why I didn't take it. Otherwise, had it been in a lot earlier, I probably would have taken this STME. But you're right. Yeah, you can sit now. Here's where I would be taking some profit. Because you're starting to get little piercings. That's what I'd be doing. But I would not be out of the entire trade. All right. Looking at my homepage. Okay, looking at my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, here's a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And that works for both of our plans. We have a standard plan and a premium plan. Okay, all right, go AS. I'm just looking now. I got that one thumbnail in case you're wondering why it's not here. Remember, anything I'm in, I have a thumbnail. I have a thumbnail on my other monitor, a thumbnail chart. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, please use my code at any time in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free. Rooms? Well, I moderate 2 rooms. Okay. So if you're in YouTube right now, there is another room called the Trading Room. You can come in here. There's a lot more action in this room, a lot more interaction amongst traders. It's free also. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for opening the room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't do that. I'm in Vancouver, so it's a little early for me. So thank you for Obi doing that. And when I leave, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, always staying later if there are questions. But after I leave, usually William will keep this room open, the trading room open after I leave. Most days it seems to be about 3:45, but that's up to him. I'll find out later. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Okay? YouTube, I have to shut down when I leave. And if you scroll down a little bit more, like you clicked on my homepage link, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is sent to you free every Monday morning before the market opens. There was no trade of the week this week. Steve decided that cash was the best idea. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So, if you do take out a subscription or you're wondering about the product, this is what I would do. Click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info. So this is mandatory. If you do take out a subscription, this is mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. Okay? You can always try us for a month. The monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel at any time. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. This is a free series of videos. There are about 15, there are 15 of them, and they're all free if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So here is the large cap race over here. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside, mainly red. This is another race that I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at it. It is a way more volatile race. Pulse resumes is over here. Ooh, there's the SPY. That was an alert underneath. This is what I use in the pre-market, guys. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. And these three scans here, I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them if you want. So this is both are trading rooms, but if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer. If it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer that, but I will be able to direct you to the people who can, okay? So don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. All right, well, at least AS is wending its way down a bit. It's my short. Nice short. Wow, nice short. This is one I missed out on from both scans. HROW. I had it at $44. The short, that's a 10% move now. Not quite, but almost. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now, take a look at the sectors. No, I'm going to go now. This is something that you might want to do. I would probably do this every day at some point, just to take a look at what the sectors are doing. RCAT, I know it was ripping higher. What is it doing? On the way down now? Somebody said a round trip. Yeah, wow. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go into the toolbar. I'm going to go up to the toolbar. I'm going to click on new, okay, new, and then Dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar, not channel bar, but the dock to channel bar. When you do that, you're going to see we have a lot of theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the show more, and at the bottom, sector status. It ain't going to be pretty today. Okay. First day I can remember this happening, and especially with energy, you would thought that at least XLE might be up, but so what you're seeing here in this top list, what you're seeing here, these are the sectors that we're following in this top list window. Best one, XLE only down 1.3%. Okay, that's the best one. Look at the change from the open, 2%. Worst ones, silver down 9.8%. Okay, then look at NLR. That's that ETF for that is for uranium and the nuke stocks. Oh man, I think I'm missing out on oust. So, so that's how you can keep an eye on, well, the best sector. Okay, the best sector is XLE because it's only down 1.4%. Okay, so what we have here, we have 11 of the major sectors here. So there is, we haven't seen a day like this in a long time, guys. So 100%, what this means, 100% of the stocks that make up the industrial sector are down for the day. What I want to do though, just out of curiosity, look at communications, okay? 83% are down, but they're 16% are up. And look at these communication stocks. Look at like Verizon, what's that, AT&T, is this T-Mobile? Yeah, so these guys are all up for the day, counter to what the rest of the sector is doing. What's the worst one? Here's LYV is the worst one. Technology, the same sort of thing. There's like 0.8% of them are up. FTNT, not much, but it is up. What's the worst one? Scroll down. Look at GLW, down 9.6%. So you can see what you can do. You can kind of, I mean, to me, it's almost as interest. Look at Costco. Costco is up in the consumer staples, but just scroll down and see what is the worst one. Here's Estee Lauder, down 4.9%. And here's our Best Buy. Yay, Best Buy. Best Buy is still up for the day. What's the worst one in retail? Victoria's Secret, worst one. Where's Target? Target is in here somewhere. Target's actually up for the day. So here's how, you can take a look at some of the major sectors, and you can see what this top stock is, what the bottom stock is. And maybe, some of you, what you might do is just take a look at maybe two of the sectors and follow them all day long. That's what some of you might do. I'm not saying you should do it, but it gives you some focus on, when you load trade ideas every day. This is something you might just want to watch all day. Now, you can pop any one of these sectors out. What do I mean by that? So, and that's what I've done. I have popped this out, okay? I've elongated it, but I've popped this out. Now, how do you do it? So it's free floating. So if I right click and duplicate into free floating window. Now, sometimes it might just say duplicate, okay? It might just say duplicate, but it should say duplicate into free floating window. And when you do that, that's what happens. Now you see basically what you've done, you've taken it out of the channel and now it's free floating. And so what I do is I incorporate this now as part of my layout, okay? And so that's, so I can keep an eye on the major sectors all day long. But you could also do the same thing on a daily basis. Just for instance, maybe today you said, I want to follow all the energy stocks that are in here, and maybe that's it. So you just pop it out. You just pop it out, duplicate it into a free floating window, so you can follow the energy stocks that make up this or another sector that you want. Probably don't want to do them all. You'd be kind of overwhelmed. But that's a way in which you could use trade ideas. So remember, guys, you can ask me questions all day long. The reason I keep harping on that is I just had the feeling that some of you are out there, especially if you're kind of new and you might be a little bit shy, wondering, well, how do I do this in Trade Ideas? Or please don't be shy. We all started out new at one point. On a more selfish reason, for a more selfish reason, for me, it just keeps me occupied, keeps me more engaged. All right, guys. Well, the AS is, it's not a rocket ship or anything, but at least it's giving me something. And now I'm just riding this wave down, okay? I'm just riding the wave down. And again, if you hear me talk about the wave, the TI wave, if you want to know how to add it to your screen, any time frame you want, it's part of the standard service, so you can just ask me. If anybody wants me to go over this, the concept of racing, well, look at Duolingo. That was the teaser I had for you guys yesterday. Nobody bid on it, but Duolingo was over 100, and now it's starting to fall. Duolingo had earnings a couple of days ago, and not good at all. Though it showed remarkable resilience on the day it had earnings. Yeah, Dow's down what now? 1,200. Wow. SPY's down 16. All right, so I have some interest in this one, guys. The IDYA has a potential short. It's underneath the VWAP. It is got room, obviously. Wow, a lot of room. Yesterday's low was 31.15. I'm going to wait to see if it can take out 30, get underneath that 34 again. So I'm going to put a price alert around 33.95 and see if it gets underneath 4 again. 34 again, and see what happens from there. So what I'll do on that one, I'll put that one thumbnailed on my other monitor. Just keep an eye on it. I have a price alert, so I don't really have to do that, but definitely interested in it. A potential short just because it's got so much room underneath. Still positive for the day for whatever reason. Well, I can see the reason. This was after hours yesterday, so a director bought 50,000 shares at $32.96. So now remember, he can't dump them all right now. Take a nice little $100,000 profit, but I guess that is the reason. I guess that this one is up today, and why it's still kind of maintaining. So I might have to think about that. All right, guys, AS over for me. Did okay on it. Nothing spectacular, but it almost reacted to the little bounce here in the market. Almost reacted. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a price alert at the VWAP area and see if it gets close. Maybe takes it out. Okay, William. Well, there's your little bounce for HROW. It's yeah, I mean it's got down to about the 39 level, and so far that looked like a decent support. I don't know if you're still in it. I don't know where you got in it on the bounce. I don't have the 5.8. How close is that? Oh, how close is that to the VWAP? The VWAP is at 42. That'd be a great move. Oh, okay. So it's way underneath that. Okay. Well, Onion had the night had it looked like it wanted to go positive, but not now. Remember earlier we saw this one, wondering if it would go positive, and then just nope. Like this is a classic sell-off on the pops. It's an earnings play. Swiss company. Boy, Arcat has been on a interesting day. Big pop, big drop, now a recovery. What will it do if it gets close to the VWAP, which is around 15, a little over 15? Meanwhile, ONON continues to make new low after new low after new low. The next low on a monthly chart, way down here, 33. So there's a ton of room there. On the weekly chart, wow, right at that weekly low. What happens will that hold it, or will that just burst right through? Because if it does, the next low is 34.40 on the weekly chart for ONON. This is an earnings play. Will 40 hold it? We used to see this one trading with the Indo and the old Husa. This is a MARPS. MARPS. The little low floater, 161. No volume, though. No volume. You can see that this does not trade very much. 221,000 shares. That represents 64 times normal up to this time of day. So this does not trade very much. And look at the spread. Would have been interesting had it been, a lot more volume, but look at the spread, 598, 626. So forget about it. Yeah, we're starting to get some little bounces now, guys. I'm seeing on these stocks that I was looking at going short on. And yeah, I mean, a little bit of a bounce in the market. It'll be interesting to see if it gets close to the VWAP. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. All right, well, let's take a look at some of these large cap ones that are actually, wow, look at that. I mean, this is moving in the face of the market. Beautiful run so far, has not been affected at all by the market. I'm talking about the INTA. Don't know if there is any news on it. I'm delaying. I don't see any news on it, guys. INTA. They had earnings last about a month ago. So I don't know if there's any news on this one today, but this is a beautiful run. Take a look at another one. I mean, this one has, promise, I suppose. NOG, it's an energy play, Northern Oil and Gas, had earnings a few days ago. The high yesterday was 29.28. Well, if you're talking about me, Paul, the only trade I've taken is AS on a short. Okay. I don't know how long you were in the room. I said I was interested in that one, and you know, I started talking about it right about here, and I said, okay, it popped up, and then it started moving down. So I ended up taking that short. I'm out of it now. But if you're asking, if you're wondering, am I going to tell you what to buy or sell? No. All right, guys, I am now. Boy, the onion, ONON, challenging. Boy, I mean, it's a little choppy. I mean, it got right down to 40 and then popped to 40.62. I mean, the INTA is interesting. INTA is very interesting. I mean, the next high, or is that too close? 25.72. I mean, there's room. There is room on this one, INTA. Let's see how well it holds over 25. It's just hard to commit to going long for me anyway. But you can see what's happening and then, look left. And the next high is 25.72. That's certainly far enough away. Not in love with this. Well, the spread isn't bad. I mean, it's not terrible, but look at that. See how the spread just widened? I'm just having a tough time committing to go long. But a little pullback here. Let's see if this pullback holds and maybe pops over 25 again. For those of you following the EDSA guys, EDSA is right at the VWAP. Okay, so this has got some potential. Again, it's not carrying so much. It's not carrying really what the market's doing today, obviously. So EDSA right at the VWAP. And the high today was 335. So let's see if we can hold three, get some volume coming in, pop through the VWAP, and maybe take this trade. Oh, I'm trading with real money, Paul. Absolutely. My broker is Interactive Brokers. But I'm also not a super active trader, even if I weren't moderating a room. Okay. I'm usually, I'm about maybe 3 to 5 trades a day. And I'm rarely in more than one at a time. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, here we go. The VWAP is 302, but if you count the pre-market, it is like 305 for the EDSA. Right at it, right at it. Like to see some volume coming in, though. I mean, I like to see a little bit of volume coming in. A little more confidence that there's some enthusiasm again for this stock, EDSA. CIAS is gravitating right to the financing price. Come on, EDSA, hold that, hold the VWAP, hold the VWAP. It's why I'm going, I'm in it, guys, but I hardly got any. Let's see if it comes back to my level. Problem is, if it comes back to my level, I don't know if I want it, if that makes sense. I was holding the VWAP. Let's see. Yeah. So you're wondering if it's going to, you're looking to go long. Okay. I'd be looking at a potential short on this one. If it can't get through it, acting as resistance, but it's poking its head above it. Remember, VWAP for me, it's an area. Okay. It's a number, of course, but it's also just kind of an area. Boy, that ZD from your scan, William, I don't know if you took it, but my goodness, I just didn't, I just got too over. My bias, of course, was not to go long anything early, but boy, oh boy, that alert happened at 46.15. We're at 49. It had a pullback, but look at this 46.14, and now 49.50. So that was okay. So the news for EDSA was on, thank you, Trout, in our YouTube room. CEO bought a bunch of shares. That was the news here, I guess. CEO bought a bunch of shares, according to Trout. Well, Monday. Are you talking about last Monday? Because it already had a pop. We're wondering what caused that first pop. But you're right. No, you're also right about yesterday after hours. Didn't quite say how many shares and the price. You'd have to go to you have to check the filing. But what caused that first pop, back here last week? All right. So William says he's going to keep the main room open till 3:45 ish. It was a little later yesterday, wasn't it? 3:45 ish. Okay. So when I leave, sometime between 2 and 2:30, always staying later if there are questions. Um, William will keep the room open till 3:45 ish. Uh, Short-lived bounce, guys. So far, short-lived. Look what our SPY is doing now. So a little short-lived bounce. We had about 15 minutes of glimmer of hope that we might get a bit of a bounce, but doesn't look good now. Never took out the VWAP. Got it. Still was underneath the VWAP. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I am now back again. It's my mistake. I should have been following this a lot more. The ZD. I mean, what I should have asked you, William. I know. I don't know if you would have been able to dig into it, but with their 1.3 billion dollars selling their connectivity unit to Accenture for 1.2 billion dollars, what do they have left as a company? And that was my concern, I suppose. But look at that float, 37 million, only 37 million. No wonder it's doing what it's doing. Shortable for me. It is shortable for me. So you know what? Man, at some point, especially if it cannot get through that 50 level. Yeah, I mean, Ziff Davis. Yeah, that's the old ZD. Was that old ZD net? I mean, that's going back a few years, but brands and technology, shopping, gaming, entertainment, connectivity. So they've sold their connectivity division for 1.2. So what they have left is health, cybersecurity, and whatever Martech is. Yeah. So they have the following section segments. So technology and shopping, gaming and entertainment, health and wellness, connectivity, which they sold. So they still have stuff left. But about how much does that bring in? Yeah, 1995. I'm sure that must be the old ZNet, or excuse me, ZNet. I've got to put this on a thumbnail chart because I mean, I just think at some point it just can't keep this move. Maybe if it pops down through 50 again. Well, guys, I made about 2 cents on EDSA. What happened is I don't want it now. I mean, I may look at it later. I was trying to get what I wanted at around the 305 mark, and it popped through. So I got like just literally a handful of shares. Now, this is one that I was very interested. This was one from our AI yesterday, okay, and I was wondering how it compared to AXTI. So I asked Gemini, and it was pretty interesting. This is AXTI, of course, is a lot more solid. They've got revenues, et cetera. This ALMU, they're trying to do the same thing with substrates, but in a different way and in a cost save. But it is very speculative, and that is the difference. But it had a great day yesterday. So that's why I decided I wasn't going to buy it, thinking that it could do. What is AXTI doing now? Today, it must be falling somewhat. Whoa, that's a big drop, 20%. That's a big drop. I mean, wow, with the market, I mean, there's no specific news on it. It's just, I guess, with the market, I mean, it's had a tremendous run up to 47 yesterday, 36 now. Imagine holding that one overnight and only looking at it now. Wow. Well, we're going to find some support, guys. I mean, this has just been a super strong stock. The next low looking left is 36.24. So about $1 to that next low. I have to put a price alert in that area just to see if it gets even close. So ALMU is not down as much, I don't think. No, it is not down as much. Oof, well, guys, it's now almost 11 o'clock Eastern time. So anybody in BC, British Columbia, what do you think of our new time zone? Take a look at our sectors, guys. Still nothing positive. XLE is the most positive, only down 0.7%. Well, what's going to happen, Chief? Daylight savings starts on this weekend, right? So Saturday, you move the clocks forward. That's going to be permanent for us. So when everybody else goes back to standard in November, we're maintaining daylight savings time. So that's going to be a bit of a challenge. So we're usually, of course, with California, we'll be on the same time, but back in November will be an hour difference. They decided they can't wait for you guys. I know you guys want to do the same thing, but something in your look, wow, holy smokes, guys. Look what has happened. Look what has happened. I'm going to tease you here. Look what has happened. Look at silver. Remember now, silver was or am I wrong? Okay, I'm sorry. That was a misprint. Silver was right at the top here. It was actually looked positive. That was some kind of a misprint. But it is rallying. Okay. I was going to say it went from 9% to being positive, but that was somehow that got all screwed up. Yeah, so you guys can, but what you want to do, you want to go to daylight savings time permanently, but you're not allowed to do that. The federal government will not allow you to do that. If you do it, it has to be on standard time. If you're going to make it permanent, from what I read. Where Arizona is permanent. I don't know what time. I don't know if it was permanently daylight or standard time. So your mountain time. Okay, so you're on a permanent. It's just going to be so weird for me, well, for Toronto, well, Eastern time zone has always been 3 hours ahead. And that'll be 2 hours for 4 months of the year. Anyway. Okay, guys. Actually, it'll help me if I'm still doing this. It'll help me for those 4 months. I'll get an extra hour of sleep if I want. No, just British Columbia. Just British Columbia, not permanent throughout Canada. No, just British Columbia. Well, guys, look at the ZD. Kind of did what we thought it might do. Okay. It got up to 50 and then it could not really hold through 50. And now it's starting to sink. And that's ZD. Take a look at it. See, it got up to the 50 level, a little bit above it, but really could not get above it, not much, and started to sink. The INTA is still interesting to me, okay? Appreciate that, Chief. Yeah, there will be a day where I won't be doing this anymore. I don't know when that's going to be, but there will be a day. 10 years, a long time. So here is the bid ask now in INTA. See, it just widened. It just widened again. See how it's widening and so the SPY. Oh, okay. Look, guys. Okay, maybe we'll have that day that I love. Little rally. Maybe give us an hour or so of market up through the VWAP now, at least, or it's at the VWAP level. What are the hottest stocks today? Vide Noir. Well, by hottest, if you mean it's the ones that are up the most right now, EDSA is still pretty hot. EDSA up 38%, but it's holding over 3. I didn't get enough of it, so I got out of the position. I may look at it again, but I tried to get a bunch at 305 and I didn't. I only got a pittance of it, and now, nah, too bad. Now it's really starting to run. So that's a hot stock right now. When you say you can't see your scans, why is that, Vide? I'm talking to Vide Noir in our YouTube room. This spread on Inta. I mean, you got to be careful. I mean, it looks okay right now, and then they yank it. Then they yank that bid down. I mean, it may not matter, of course, if it tacks on a couple of dollars, and it's got all that room. 26.19 or so. 25.72. So it's got some room. I mean, 25.72 is the next high in the daily chart. Got to look at that AXTI. I mean, that is a big drop. I mean, that was 20% drop after being so, now it's only 17%. So maybe it's going to have, now, if you take this one about right here, you have to worry about the VWAP, 39.64. So it's far enough away. So it's starting to crawl and, following the market, more or less following the market. But that was a big drop. I mean, that was a massive drop for AXTI. How do you get the pre-market? Just right click and go to properties and show pre-market. Check it and post-market if you want. Okay. So right click on any chart and go to properties and check show pre-market. Okay. And what'll happen is it'll be a slight, it's not It's not overwhelming the different shade, but I can see it here. If you can see it here, if I go to a 30-minute chart, a little more obvious. That's post. I mean, it's very, very. It's not like in your face. There's the post market, that kind of shaded blue, and then there's just a slight shaded pink for the pre market. Okay. That's okay, AJ. For you're asking that question, there could be 10 other people out there thinking, "Man, I did not know that." So believe me, that's why I like the questions. There could be people sitting out there just either too shy to ask questions. So it does help. And now you talk about a spread. I was thinking about maybe taking the ALMU, doing a sort of a similar bounce as the AXTI. But look at that. Disgusting. 1838, 1879. So just have to forget about it. What about a short of this one here, guys? This is Contour Brands. This is an earnings play. Saw it in the pre-market, had hardly had any volume at all. Volume is picked up, of course. It's underneath the VWAP. Okay. Looks like it wants to curl down. And that is lots of share. Yeah, 670,000 available. Interactive brokers still have I don't like that spread. It's not, I mean, for $70 stock, it's not the end of the world, but still don't like that spread. 44.73. As opposed to the EDSA, there's your, well, there's the best spread possible. 1 penny. Again, guys, if you don't know what I'm talking about, the spread is the difference between the bid and the ask. And that is, that's the best you can get, 1 cent. There's a few things you can count on, in life, and one of them is Poe saying, "Come on, you fool," 2 or 3 times a week. I always get a chuckle. Your inner Mr. T. Okay, Obi. As you know, I don't look at penny stocks, so all right. Here's a stock over the whole number. SS. Oh, too late now. SRRK. Too late. Just looking for stocks. Here's that Inta. Boy, it's teasing me. Teasing me. Guys, against my better judgment, I have taken this, but I'm talking about the INTA, okay? Against my better judgment, because they could always yank the bid on me again, but I'm just looking at, just trying to. It's going to be probably more like a scalp trade for me, the INTA. I didn't. I got a sort of a decent fill, but oh, okay, nice pop, nice pop. I've Yeah, I've just taken some off. Okay, I mean only because I don't want. You see, here's the spread. I mean, it's not. I don't want them to yank the spread on me too much. I'm talking about the INTA. So I'm saying, this race right here is an interesting race to be watching when the market is down a lot because these are running counter to the market, just completely counter to the market. If anybody wants me to explain that, let me know. Otherwise, I won't about this race. And you can see there's the INTA front and center, won 6 races. So that's what caught my attention. I just didn't like the spread, but this nog is, I mean, the nog could be interesting too. I mean, the nog, I think, is at the high yesterday, right at almost NOG. If it takes it out, it's, of course, it's a energy play. Where could it go if it did take it out? I mean, yeah, it's got a little bit of room, call it 30. Not saying it's going to get there, but that's on a weekly chart. Huh. Okay, William, I saw that. Okay. Okay, guys, I've taken most of that into. I'm just worried about a rug pull on the bid. So I've taken most of that into off. Did okay on it, but had it not been spready earlier, there's no way I'd be out of it. But because I'm just look at the wave. So the wave right there, yeah, it takes them off right there on the piercing. But All right, guys, it is now 11:19, so I'll be taking a break in about 40 minutes from now. Andy Lindlove from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room. He's going to do double duty this week, I think, Tuesday and Friday. So you see, we're starting to see a few more greens in here in the compare count. Oh, that's at MOBX. Okay, guys. For those of you who don't mind looking at stocks under a dollar, that has been, obviously up 213%. Now, what? It's a semiconductor company. Okay. Will it be one of those that we look back, a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks from now and say, man, that came from 16 cents? Okay, guys, next on my hit list here could be ZD. Okay. I want to see what it does here. It's definitely a turn down. 48, if trying to get some support around 48. But I'm looking at a potential short, 46.79. That is the VWAP area. So, it may gravitate towards the VWAP. Okay, what I'm on this one on the ZD, I'm going to take a look at it and want to see if it gets back up close to 50 and maybe stalls again at 50, and then maybe that will cause it to move down. So I'll be putting my price alert up in this area. So I've racketed this, see if it moves down to that level or up to that level. I'm talking about the ZD. Oh man. Well, I definitely got swayed by I mean, look at the Inter guys. I definitely got swayed by that spread action earlier. Too bad. Not in it, well, very much anymore. Don't have very much left. I mean, if it keeps moving, I mean, there's that high right there, right? 25.72. Right there. I mean, if it takes that out, 25.72, 26.32 is the next high. It's actually a very beautiful wave. It's just that, again, I know I'm repeating myself, but the spread kind of concerned me. I mean, the spread's fine right now, but you never know when they're going to yank it again. So you can see, I mean, this is running completely counter to the market. I mean, yes, the market is bouncing now, but this was up, this was positive right from the get-go. So the next one, let's take a look at CLMT. Why CLMT? Because for me, it's just over the whole number. And let's see, that had earnings. The reaction was here. High yesterday. It's at the high of yesterday. Well, you know what, guys? I mean, this is, reasonably impressive in terms of the length of time. So let's forget the first one. Let's start here. So one that started at 10:55, and we are now at 11:24 on a day like today. We'll take a 30-minute run. Okay, seriously, we'll take a 30-minute run. So now the bounce play should start to work a bit. If this continues, obviously, if this continues. Boy, this has got some room. 17 via 30 million in the float. What's the spread like? It's not great. 1781, 1796. No, that's a bounce. Wasn't somebody watching this one around the VWAP a little earlier? Got up to the VWAP, pulled back into the VWAP again, and now just basically moving with the market. And I'm talking about the oust, OUST. Well, it's impressive, guys. This is starting to get a little bit impressive. How long? Well, let's put a price alert up here. I mean, if it somehow took that out, that was at 7:20 this morning. The market was moving down, then it had a little run up. Looked like, okay, maybe we're not going to be as bad, and that just stalled it right there. So I'll put a price alert right up in that area. See if it takes that out and just continues its recovery. There's still only one major sector is positive, and that's barely XLE, barely. Silver is still at the bottom here, along with NLR, gold. There's another one, guys, trying to bounce here. Okay, IDYA still up for the day, hanging around the VWAP. IDYA hanging around the VWAP. The VWAP is 3458. So yeah, hanging right around the VWAP area. Anybody take the INTA now that it's I mean, it is really moving well. That the next high is 2632. Sorry, 2632. So it still has a little bit of room. Not an earnings play. Well, another leg down here for this aardvark. Now, I had a horrible day yesterday, horrible day. And, went from 1265 the day before. That was on Friday, down to $5, continuing down now. And this is an all-time low. Trying to short it right here, and I'm not getting a fill. There's lots and lots of shares available. Interactive brokers, that's not the issue, but it's down 10%. Yeah, I'm going to forget about it. So the uptick rule, when a stock is down more than 10%, of course, it was down more than 10% yesterday also. Sometimes it's tough to get a fill. Even if I went in at the bid at 476, I held it there for about 25 seconds. No fill. There was no action, I guess, at the ask. You have to have some sales at the ask, I guess. Well, not I guess in this case. And then back to the bid. But even if that had happened, I may be in a queue of a lot of people who want to do the same thing. So could not get it. Maybe a good thing. You mean, are you able to trade MOBX? You mean, are you able to trade it? Sometimes, yeah. I mean, some of these names, these 89 million. Sometimes IB and other brokers are blocking you from taking the trade. They're trying to protect you. Mo, Monica, are you in MOBX? I see that you're talking about it. Is it one of those that is being blocked by IB? Who do you have, Obi? Who's your broker? I guess it's not Interactive Brokers. Schwab. Okay. So anybody with Interactive Brokers, are you able to trade MOBX? That's my question. MOB xylophone, MOBX, or are they putting that? Sorry, we're going to protect you from yourselves. I haven't tried to trade it, so that's why I'm not. I don't know. I guess nobody with IB has tried to trade oh, there's a Z now, guys. ZD. Okay, let's take a look at what it does now at that 50 level again. Will it? I mean, the high was 50.52. Put a price alert there. I just have a hard time believing it's not going to have another pullback at some point. You can trade, and you're on IB, right? Oh, no, you're not on IB, Poe. You're on something else. Yeah, Think or Swim. Oh, maybe it's IB. I don't know. I can't answer that if easy. Nobody is saying to me that they could take it. But if that's the message you're getting that you can't trade it, well, that's nothing you can really do about it. Okay. All right, give me a moment here, guys. The surgery is trying to have a comeback. It's still down 16%. Ah, you know what? I may have been inclined to take this one. So it's pretty extended, except look what's happening. Oh, maybe not. There's a little blue here. We had 10 minutes down. Not, but it did not pierce the wave. The TI wave, as it is now called. Guys, I mean, this looks like this ZD looks like it's being rejected so far anyway. Rejected at 50 again. Let's see if it, let's see on a 1 minute chart. Has that turned to orange on the 1 minute? Not quite. So the trend, I mean, the trend is still, in strong mode. You to see that turn orange like this. Okay, there you go. So Monica says she has Interactive Brokers and can trade MOBX. So uh, don't know what's going on your system then. Give me one moment, please. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, 11:30, 11:40. So I've got another 20 minutes or so before Andy takes over for me in our YouTube room. Come on, break down, ZD. There we go. All right. Oh man, just give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment. All right. Okay. Sorry, guys. I mean, the ZD caught me by surprise, and it took that big jump down. So I've taken some off right at the 49 level. Well, that was nice. Interesting. Okay, you see, there's now what have I have a 1 minute chart. You see how it turned orange, but I mean, I was looking. I decided, you just got to. Sometimes you just got to do it, and I just thought that 50 level put my stop around the 50 level, and just as I was going to mention it, it took that big jump down. That's a big jump down. Meanwhile, the other one I wanted was the IDYA, and it's gone away from me now. The EDSA. Look at the EDSA, guys. This could be one of those late dayers. Uh, it's got room on the monthly anyway. When I say a late dayer, I mean it's already jumping. Look at the volume that's coming in. Volume coming in. Yeah, it's turning out to be a great day now. I'm not in this anymore, but later on in the day, this could do one of those jumps with that float. Well, it caught me by surprise, Medrex. The fact that it dropped so much just like that, that is what caught me by surprise. You probably heard it in my voice when I said, whoa. Yeah, it says ripping now. So again, that next high in a monthly chart is 453 or so. So on a monthly chart, it certainly has some room. Does it start with an F and end in an L, Poe? Oh, you're going to call me the luckiest guy you know. I see. Wow, look at EDSA. Why am I not still in it? That's a beautiful break right there, guys. I mean, that right there is a great setup. A great setup. Shoot, that's a great setup. Look at that consolidation, even on a five. Look at that consolidation, and then look at the volume that came in. Son of a whatever. Oh well. Well, excuse me. The interesting thing also on the ZD is that it's not right now anyway. It's not market dependent. The drop. I mean, the market is still relatively strong. Relatively only in single digit down on the SPY. Single digit down on the Qs. Well, we're back to double digit. Now we're only down 780 on the Dow. Wow, EDSA, dumb. I mean, I should have been. Well, if you're following it, I mean, that is a classic breakout on volume for the EDSA. Intel is still don't have very much left. Don't have very much left, but I'll hang on. No reason to get out. Look at the 2 minute. Look at the 2 minute trade wave. Sorry, look at the 2 minute TI wave. TI wave. I'm allowed to say trade wave anymore. Boy, it's just here's even plug, guys. I know I don't usually trade plug. It's got so many shares in the float, PLUG. But you know what? I mean, that's a great move from 2 to 223. Look at the float, 1.3 billion in the float, 128 million have traded. It'll never trade the float. Oust, guys, oust. Boy, lot of good action now. And here's the SPY taking out that high. Okay, or at that high. Remember, I put a price alert in this area right here. It's hard to see it, but there's a bar up here. So it's at that. That was when the SPY in the pre-market was looking like it was going to start to recover somewhat. And luckily, ZD is not following suit. Well, luckily for me. Too bad, Dan. I'm assuming Dan in our YouTube room saying he sold plug after earnings. Well, what happened? What happened after hours to so it got up to 210. Yeah, had a nice pop. Yeah, nice pop. But it's moving. I mean, this is a big move. I mean, with 1.3 billion shares in the well, how about that, guys? Look at that ZD. No, this is turning into a really nice trade. The next, I mean, 47 is the VWAP. So it, maybe it gets a little closer. Now I'm going to be on a break pretty soon. I'm going to be wandering away from my computer also for a bit, so I don't to figure out what I'm going to do. If it gets back up to 48, I'll probably take most off on the ZD. Not because I want to, but I'm going to be. It's gone parabolic though. Okay, you see how parabolic it's gone? Way easier to hold in the trade if the wave is narrow and you don't get these big parabolic moves. I mean, it's great. I'm in this trade, so of course, I love parabolic move, but it's hard to, you just have to have the feeling that some are going to start taking some recovering. But look at that. There's that VWAP. Can you get even a little closer to the VWAP for the ZD? Oust, guys. Oust, oust, oust. There's another great one. Not in it. Great break on the VWAP. You know, it's showing up here. It's showing up here. What's the headline? Well, maybe the war's over. I mean, I shouldn't, you know what? I should not kid. I mean, but I mean, there's something's going on, I guess. We still do not have a positive sector, guys. We still, every single sector is still down from yesterday's close. Well, every sector in this list is still down from yesterday's close. Communications is the best one. It's only down 0.4%. Silver still at the very bottom here, still down 8%. Wow, it's a okay, guys. I am out of the ZD now. Oh, look at that spread now. Awful. Okay, that's good because I'm going to take my break pretty soon, and I did not want to hold. I didn't want to be in that while I was on my break. You guys are. This is one I don't think I could have traded. I have a feeling that NPT was one of those ones that Interactive Brokers. I may be wrong. Anybody with IB, have you been able to trade NPT? It's an. It's. I don't know what it is today. I want to say it was an earnings play, but it is doesn't look like it. It's just one of these China stocks that somebody decided somewhere. Let's do this one today. You know what? I was thinking more of NFT. I completely wrong. This might be easily tradable at Interactive Brokers. I was thinking the NFT, but obviously that is nothing to do with NFT. Spread is, not well, 2035. It just widened. Tree was okay, guys. Tree. What are you doing? 44. This is an earnings play. Tree is an earnings play. But 45.70, 45.17. Terrible spread. Yeah, ZD looks lower, but I'm out of it now. There's two big topping tails though. On the 5-minute chart for ZD. Well, just as I'm typing it in, getting right close to the VWAP, guys. If you're, I'm out of it now, unfortunately. That little bump up there, I mean, I just couldn't take the chance. Well, it's had some news, yes. I don't know what the news was here. I don't know what the news was here, but as somebody pointed out, CEO bought. This was after hours yesterday, Hermes. I don't. You'd have to look at the SEC filings. I mean, I'm not going to do that, but he bought some shares. I don't know what the price was, but okay. But you'd have to check this link. Well, let's see see if I can find it quickly. Yeah, I just can't find it quickly. I didn't realize it's a Canadian company. I'd have to start clicking on different links, and so if anybody's got the time or inclination, you can find out. Of course, the interesting thing would be to know what was the price he got the shares at. Okay, guys, it is now 11:56. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put my announcement up here. I'll be taking off in about 3 or 4 minutes. Andy Lindloff from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, and then I'm going to put the YouTube link in to the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy if you'd like to. Listen to that Texas drawl of his. So guys, I mean, this is, now we can definitely say this is bounce. I mean, you can almost say from 10:30 on, you had a little jog here, 10:30 to, so that's about an hour and a half now. I had a little jog down here that looked like, but no. So about an hour and a half. Can't really ask for, well, you can ask for an all day, but that's all I look for. Give me an hour of a bounce. You can start picking off some of these ones that are been beaten up, not because of any reason. They didn't have earnings or it wasn't bad news. It was just, moving down with the market. Well, where could, I'm not, I doubt very much I'd do it again, but where could ZD go? I mean, it's still hanging around the VWAP area. So guys, for those of you who, look at the VWAP as a potential support area, you might be looking at this as maybe a bounce zone. You might be. Okay. Especially if it's just sort of bases here for a bit, maybe starts to curl. Maybe that orange turns to a little bit of a blue. So, I'd be watching ZD right around the VWAP area. Now, if it takes it out, completely, then it's probably a continuation down. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Tree is one that also I saw on the scan, but the spread was, the spread is disgusting. 44.67, 45.13. You cannot trust it. Okay, guys, it's now noon. Just waiting for Andy, and usually I hear a little pop in our YouTube room that signifies that he's entered the room. Haven't heard one yet. This was one of those little energy plays, I think. Yeah, Robin Energy, RBNE yesterday. Ugly now, ugly. Speaking of ugly, all right, I heard a little pop, so I think Andy is in our room now. Okay, guys, I will see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour from now. I'm going to mute myself now. And now I can welcome the one, the only Mr. Andy Lindloff into our YouTube room.
Hey, Barry, how are you, buddy? The one and
You
only,
need
huh?
you need a flourish, I mean, you can't just say, "Oh, hi, Andy, how are
That's
you?"
I like
You
that.
know?
Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. Grand entrance there.
The
Yeah.
grand entrance, gotta get
There you
people
go.
excited. Actually, this has been a bit of an exciting day now that we've had
Mm,
about an hour and a half of a bounce. Now,
yeah.
I don't know if it's over yet, but saw a lot of stocks that were beaten down, not because of any reason other than just the overall market. And those are great if you can find them
Yes.
for those potential bounces.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. It's great for day trading.
It's great for
I
day
don't know.
trading.
Yeah, swing trading has been definitely tough lately. It's
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah,
Uh,
wow, is
but
right.
yeah, with the current geopolitical landscape that we have, Barry, I
Mhm.
understand. Yeah, it's probably best to go home flat overnight.
Yeah, oh, for sure, because you just don't know what's going to happen overnight. You just
No,
absolutely don't know, either on the good side or the bad side, depending on what
exactly.
what what you want. So,
Yeah,
yeah, I sleep easy every night.
yeah.
Well,
There you go.
relatively,
There you have it.
relatively. So, anyway, Andy, I'll let you go
Yeah.
now. I'll see you in
Take
about
your
an
hour,
hour.
buddy, and yeah, have a
I'll
good one,
take
Barry.
my hour. I need
That's
it.
right.
I've
That's
had
right.
a lot of action for me this morning. Okay, I'll mute
All
myself
right,
now.
buddy.
So we'll see you in about an hour.
All right, Barry. Take care. Hello, everybody. This is Andy, and this is the support webinar. So if you have any questions, just drop it in that YouTube chat there, and I'll do my best to answer it. If not, it's maybe somebody in here, uh, i.e., Peppy, can help me out. But this is an interesting day, as we're just pointing out. Actually, it's been an interesting 2 months. Just can't go anywhere. But we'll take a look at some of the opportunities maybe that we're looking at. I'll kind of tell you what I've been stumbling through here the last couple of days. Basically, just going sideways, honestly. But it's a good day yesterday, but I held too much, and that hurt this morning. And it came back a little bit, but we'll see what happens. But as you can see, my totals there are just flirting around the break even there. But I really believe there's, and this is kind of why you want to be positioned. I think if we do get some good news, it could be just a face ripping rally, and it could be one of those that actually gaps up, and that's what makes it tough. That's when you're a swing trader and you'd like to be positioned because I think there's always potential, especially when you're dealing with the macro events that we're dealing with, that you could have a face ripping rally. So but boy, I tell you, it's tough. It's tough to have any conviction in this market, that's for sure. But anyway, we'll take a look around at the market, see what we're looking at here, see where the headwinds may be. Spies after breaking down to basically that's going back to December, so about a month and a half low. Oh, 2-month low. So it put in a nice little tail here. We'll see if it can build on that. But boy, we're definitely in no man's land. So uh, this is where my time horizon, as far as holding on to trades, will usually be shortened quite a bit. But Bitcoin's actually been one of my best trading instruments lately, and doing it through IBIT. But this has the potential. That was just some huge volume, yesterday that came in, and we shall take a look real quick. Get this over here and take a look here at Bitcoin and see what we're looking at. So this is a 30-minute candle, and that is extreme volume bars there. And just in comparison, you did have some nice ones over here, but even those kind of dwarfed what you saw over here during this rally. So I am hoping this was potentially a turn and finally breaking out of this range. But just when I say that, look at the action we had, overnight this morning. So I have been taking some profits, when I get the move. It's one of those core position type tradings where I'll keep a core and scalp some out. I did buy back a little bit this morning, uh, but it's let's go back to the daily here now. Let's do the 4-hour chart. That's always a good one I like. So you can see here in the 4 hours, we zoom in. Uh, well, it's still pretty much a mess, but I do like that it's back above its 10-period moving average. Tried to break below it this morning on the 4-hour chart. But boy, until we get back above 70, I think with a conviction, I think this thing could be sloppy with a slight upward bias. No volume. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear me. Van is telling me there's no volume. I was just talking to Barry. Oh, Loudon. Thank you, Peppy. Okay. Uh, thanks, guys. All right. So let's that's taking a look at Bitcoin. Let's take a look at stocks. There's been a lot of oil stocks on my, but I'm very hesitant to call any oil stocks because, like I said, you get a bit of good news come out of the Middle East, and this thing you could just be a gap down. So when I do my trader's eyes, it's obviously for swing trading and plug. I just noticed plug was on my list today, and that's not doing that bad. Huge float in that thing though. SPY, yeah, nothing there. Target did go through and then came right back down. It's just a tough market to, especially to try to buy breakouts like this Target. Breaking out nowhere near a 52-week high, but or an all-time high, but definitely a several month high. I was trying to break through this morning. Maybe one to watch. Maybe one to put an alert back at that previous high for the month, February, and see if we can maybe get back through there. Actually, let's go highs today. I was telling Steve before I came on here. I said, this was just so weird. And Bitcoin was one of the strongest on my list today. Was running and doing well, outperforming stocks, and then all of a sudden it came in and stocks started doing better. So a lot of randomness in the marketplace. Algos are having lots of fun. I forgot to change my. I can't be sharing any. I just noticed I'm on the promotional TI YouTube channel, so I cannot be sharing any links today. Sorry about that. Path, I still am loving this path, and I really think. I mean, look at this. I mean, you talk about relative strength. It's even on these down moves, it's not it's not doing a whole lot. Did poke through this level today. It's just not a market I wanted to add more in, but this is probably one of my favorite stocks, even though it's a even though it's an ugly, ugly trend. I think that nice little hammer there could have been a potential short-term bottom in that thing. Could easily see a move up to at least 12. But other than that, yeah, just not a whole lot. I'm sure there's some decent strong stocks out there, especially in the oil sector. See what that AMPI ever do anything. Not really. I mean, it got through that area, and you got a couple of wicks. Even the big boys like Exxon. I mean, look at that. I mean, a lot of people coming in, with the move you've seen in oil, thinking, "Oh, I'm going to buy the big oil companies," and look what you're seeing there the last couple of days. Even though oil is, so it's basically just a commodity, move. You're not seeing a whole lot. I'm sure there's some stocks out there doing well, but when I start seeing some of these bigger ones not taking the move in oil at all. ConocoPhillips is probably more of a pure play, and yeah, it's doing a little bit better than the others, but boy, that XRP, I'm just going to have to cut this in pretty soon and just focus on my good look at the chart in XRPI versus IBIT, and you got at least you got IBIT above its 10-period moving average as for the time being. Take a look at some sectors getting whacked. Silver getting whacked today. The gap down. Silver and oil is just kind of on my no playlist right now. GDX obviously getting hit with it. Gold down. Uh, K-Web, which this thing has been really killed over the last few months. I mean, you're talking about since October, uh, 43 down to 29. That's a pretty decent haircut in K-Web. Might want to watch that just in case you have like a potential abandoned baby formation developing there. Uranium getting hit. UUU was actually on my list today. A potential trade. It never got through the alert, so that's a good thing. Boy, Lunar is. I really want to buy this thing. I was in it on this day right here, and some really nice profits because I bought it pretty. I don't know, pretty low, but anyway. And of course, they came out. We won't call it a secondary, but it was definitely an investment group of investors coming in and giving them 150 million, whatever it was. And of course, it got slammed that day. Now look at it; it's right back up and about to go to highs. Now this is one I definitely want to be in. It's just, boy, that has me shell shocked. That move right there got me pretty good, and it was setting up so beautifully. A nice little wedge popping out of it. I thought this was going to be a big winner. Oh well. All right, guys, you got any ideas? Please let me know. I'll be happy to look at any stocks, charts that you might want me to look in. Otherwise, we'll just kind of move through. This A10 is one I kind of want to be in as well, showing some relative strength. This EKSO, very, very thin stock, 3 million, but probably one you want to keep an eye on if it ever gets out of this range. Only 27,000 shares traded, maybe not. Take a look at the big boys real quick. Microsoft is actually up on the day. This is one I still feel like this thing is trying to put in a bottom. I was in a little bit too early around, well, I actually had a good price around 401, I think, but that got me out on that move right there, only to bounce back. But yeah, want to keep an eye on. Semis are getting hit a little bit. AMD trying to come down to its 200-day moving average. Intel not looking good. Bought a little Amazon and Tesla yesterday, small size. So not too much pain there. PLTR. Yeah, Lunar's probably the best one in that sector. Block trade, 1082. And the nanos, RCAT's actually doing decent today. Some more volume that RCAT ons. I was tempted down here at the 10 level because it seems like that's just a level where it likes to hold. But I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm guessing a lot in some of these stocks. I don't want to do that. Let's see. Transportation was doing very well. Still kind of hanging on that 50-period moving average. Home builders not doing anything like they were a couple of weeks ago. What are the what's the KRE doing? It's give back XLF. Yeah, see everything. A lot of these sectors that were kind of holding up the spies, over the last few weeks, are maybe showing some cracks under the surface. We'll see. But SE, beautiful rally off the bottom there. Yeah, there goes Target again, trying to poke through. I'm just not in the mood for Target for some reason. Earnings play. Y'all give me a sec. I got this AC on too low. I'm gonna have to go cut it up. Well, the market's hanging in there. It's not rolling over, back over, I should say. Just a minute, give me a little. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to crunch ice in your ear. Oklo getting a nice little bounce. Smar's earnings the other day was just horrendous. I don't like buying these things after a decent move. You got to catch these things early if you're going to play a bounce in them. Kind of like that owns could be early, but nice little pop that was on the list today. It's kind of going sideways, waiting for the 10 period moving average. Finally caught it and lifted it up there a little bit. Sorry, got somebody's hit me up on Slack, so I got to send them. I got to bring this down here in case that thing pops up. I may have to add a little bit of that IBIT. Like the way that I like that look right there. Especially after the move. I mean that all that volume in Bitcoin yesterday. Just really feel like that thing uh, has seen a bottom. 50% haircut or whatever it was. That owned. I should have taken a little gamble at that thing. It's sitting there and holding that 10 for forever. Yeah, small size is the ticket in this market. That's why I mean that Tesla and Amazon. If you're going to start nibbling on these charts that don't look very well, uh, do it with small size because then you can stay in on those downward swoons. Ah, lunar. Stick alert. Sure, it'll get jacked down at some point. Yeah, it's not a buy high market. I mean, if you miss something, hey, just be patient. It'll come back. Now this one would be make it be a little bit different because this one I've doing once again doing that core position trading where I scalped some out already and I got what I have left. I have some decent profits. So what I can do, I won't mind adding to this. I wouldn't take a fresh position through this level, but that's just me in this market. And if we're in a raging bull market, that's totally different because I always keep the market into an eye on one of them. We're just kind of totally no man's land. Not only that, that's kind of a definitely a pivot level. 600 is a pivot level for the Q. So an area we tried to get through 30 minutes ago, put in a little wick there and came back down. See if we can, get it again. Still under pressure, obviously downtrend over the last call it uh, January 6 weeks, but really just kind of slop for the last. Man, this goes all the way back to like October or even September. It's just flop could have a double top right there going in October and January potentially. And Amazon is, I think at some point this thing's gonna break out, but Gap was looking nice and it just got whacked this morning too. They got earnings coming up a couple of days. Yeah, this market may be in just kind of wait and see mode. It really starting to feel that way. Just what's frustrating is when it closes strong, and then you're sitting there looking at my 24-hour market overnight, and everything starts. Like yesterday, had some really nice profits, and you know, sitting here about 11 o'clock at night looking at them, like, man, what happened to them? They're disappearing. Let's take a look at some. Let's see, something just popped up on the YouTube chat. Yes, Trader 77, it is definitely a gambler's market. And yeah, I'll be the first to tell you that I'm not navigating it very well. I mean, nothing that I can't make up on just a nice, 3, 4 day run. Uh, but yeah, for one that usually beats the S&P 500 pretty handily, I'm a little bit behind it this year. Actually, I'm more behind the S&P. I'm closer to the Qs, but it's even behind them. So yeah, it's been tough, and all you can do is adapt. And I have been holding far less. In other words, I seldom go home with that at least 50% cash. I never go home with 100% or anywhere close to that as far as being invested. But even with that, yeah, it's tough. But hey, what fooled me, of course, is the major sectors have been so strong lately. The transports, the basic materials, the things that would start to really crack if there was something wrong, with this market economy, whatever you want to call it. But they've been holding up pretty strong. Now I just looked at some of them, and they are kind of breaking a few moving averages. So there could be something bubbling under the surface. Who knows? But uh, back just a couple of weeks ago, they were all looking very, very strong. So it gave me the inclination to to probably hold some stuff that I probably shouldn't have been holding. And the Qs still having trouble with the 600 level. As you can see, it backed off again. So if you do have some profits, or you want to thin out, cut some losers or something like that, man, maybe a time to do it. Okay, dollar is strong. I did notice it. The UUP. I know that's different than the dollar, but it's definitely holding up better. I don't know if that's because with the tail, it was the tail wagging the dog here, because silver is so weak. Which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is the dollar shows strength first, or silver shows weakness first? All right, been standing for a while. Time to played golf yesterday, man. The back's a little sore. Time to lower the Lower the desk. I was in this one. I loved the way it was looking a few days ago, and then today got whacked over the head. I did sell some, but yeah, not real interested in taking a lot of positions here. Could be a flight to safety. Let's take a look at some of the consumer staples out there. Colgate Palmolive. Well, it's even selling off. Procter and Gamble. Yep, probably just some profit taken. Johnson and Johnson, man, that thing is just, look at that percentage move in Johnson and Johnson. I'll show you something. Take a look at the weekly in this thing. I mean, come on, man. We're talking about Johnson and Johnson here. You got 2% revenue growth, and this thing is trading like a, you know, NVDA. Path, path of righteousness. Get up there. See how these miners are doing. I actually held a little riot and got stopped out this morning. There's very tiny loser. Uh, didn't really do anything. I was in Mara too, and I got stopped out of it as well. They're obviously going to trade with Bitcoin. Speaking of coin, what is coin doing? Look, that's holding up pretty well. Okay, it's actually stronger than Bitcoin. What's Mister doing? Yeah, not as strong as coin. Coin is actually holding up the best, I think. The better looking chart there. Actually got a little green body today. And this ABTC that I've been in for weeks, it seems like. It just can't get off the $1 rate area. Let's look at some races. Maybe to try to find something that just maybe sticking its little head up. This is not a market I want to chase a bunch of green candles in. That doesn't look too bad, but no, that's a crowd strike. That's a need to put an ETF. Plug, man. Plug is definitely plugging along. FF, that was on the list today, poking us. That's a nice looking chart there as well. It's like it's some fertilizer company. Yeah, that was it. FF was on the I watch list today. Talked about it in my video. And if you got the email, it's probably was in that too. Actually, a pretty decent move for stock with so much float. It's kind of why I keep an FSL, keep a look, keep an eye on that alternative energy. These things used to run all the time together, but just stick an alert in there, forget about it instead of keep pulling it up. XPOV. Ooh, all right, a little pop back up there in the queues. Keep that open over there in case something interesting comes out. But we did have a little bit of a encouraging little bottoming tail on that 15-minute candle. See, the thing about this market that gets you conditioned to not do things that you would normally do is like that path. It's like really wanted to add to this thing, but I'm thinking, well, am I going to sit here and have a big position and then overnight again get whacked on the head and this thing be back down to 10:20 in the morning? So it just kind of keeps you from being aggressive as you'd like to be, and rightfully so. This is not a market to be aggressive in, but I, it's just a tough. It's a tough one because I, I would like to definitely you know be more aggressive, but I just can't. There's no other way to say it. And it's just not a wise decision, if especially if you're gonna take home. Now, if you're not taking home, yeah, buy all you want. Scalp it for a move up here to the 20, around 1140 level. So, so I could tell Steve, I gotta slow play it. AI is finally getting a bounce. No interest in that thing. All right. Aussie, great to hear, man. The money machine is working for you. Yeah, it's you. That's what you have to do in this market. You get a strategy that can give you a nice little intraday, some intraday profits. That's great. Way better than me. Yeah. Well, good, good, man. Great to hear, Aussie. That uh, yeah. Hopefully, we'll have a new version for you here too, to give you a little more toys to play with and that thing. So. But I'm glad to hear a few people out there are actually, doing well with the money machine. So that's encouraging. Modified downside thrust. So it's a short strategy there, Aussie, right? I take it, or is it more of a reversal play? All right, that Bitcoin is looking a little too tasty for me. Just going to add just a tiny bit. There goes my alert. Bought a little bit of 70. I think I bought it 74 in my account. Yeah, short strat. Okay, cool, cool. Congratulations, man. That's great to hear. Yeah, and this is a market, especially in the early goings, the last, in the morning hours, shorting a short strategy, I'm sure, is probably killing it. There's one that's not seeing a lot of volume though there. Not sure. I think this does have some sort of relative volume. Maybe not. I think there would be some sort of volume filter on this thing, but so not bad looking chart for a potential reversal there. Path continues to go to highs. Bitcoin looking better. Uh, yeah, this is. I think it's going to be kind of just sloppy mess, and at times where there's just nothing's going to be happen because it seems like everybody's just sitting there waiting to see what's going to happen in the Middle East. Q's backing off from that 600 level again. Take a look at the other. Path trying to get through that $11 range. Let's take a look. Remember how we looked at that? This is a good closing scan to look at. Remember how we looked last week at all those uh, global countries and how they were performing? Let's take a look now that we've had some carnage and definitely a little bit of carnage in our markets. I was looking at a few of these this morning and they're not as pretty as they were, but only a couple. So let me just pull this up. Yeah, we got all of them kind of backed off a little bit. Let's do the change in like 20. No, I want to see the ones close to position in year range. Now, how did spies creep up? Look at that, man. Spies, remember spies was down like way down here. Now it's taken the lead over a lot of these things. Let's take a look at like South Korea. Remember that was doing good. Oh, yeah, nasty. Italy, woof, nasty. Yeah, position and range, basically just exactly what it is. It's the position and range. So if I hover over this, it says 85. Okay, so let me tell you what this means. The position and year range is looking back at the last 52 weeks of trading. Okay. And just taking that range into consideration, the low end of that range is 0. The high end of that range is 100. Okay. Anytime you have a position in range, the low end's going to always be 0 and the high end is 100. It's a percentage thing. Okay. So currently, this EPU is at Peru is at it's at the 85% level. So in other words, it's in within 15% of its all time, and not all time highs. The position 15% of the yearly range. Does that make sense? It's kind of confusing at first, but if you just think of it as maybe even draw it out. If you draw out a range, 10% or 10-day range, find that low of that range, that's going to be 0. Find that high, that's going to be 100. And then you just kind of use a percentage scale. So in other words, if a stock is right in between that range, right smack dab in the middle, you're going to be at a 50% position in range. Hope that makes sense. If y'all see me looking over here all the time, it's because the chat is on the screen over here.
Made sense to me.
That makes sense to you, Barry? Okay, good.
Made sense to me.
All right. Well, that's good.
Professor Andy. Yeah, it was good. So
Yeah,
he's
but
asking, are there any time frames available? I don't know if you want to finish up with him
okay,
or.
sure. Oh yeah, there's lots of. As a matter of fact, they're my favorite. They're my
Mhm.
favorite filters because you can, like I said, if you can almost, if you can picture a chart in your head, you can pretty much build it with our position and range filters. That's kind of what I do with my, and I'll share this before I leave, my homework. So my Trader Eye homework, I use a ton of position and range filters in here to help build. And I'll just go ahead and share this with you. And what I would do is just take this and just kind of open it up and look underneath the hood and see how I use the position and range filters. That would make a lot more sense than me just trying to explain it to you. But we have tons of them. We have uh 15
Also
minute all the
intraday.
way.
Also
Yeah, that's
intraday
what I'm
too.
saying.
Yeah.
50, yeah, they're great for day trading. They really are.
Mhm. Yep.
You can find stocks that are real strong, but say you don't want to sit there and buy through highs. You want them kind of early. You just get every stock that's up at least 5% of the day, and then you can kind of bracket a range if you want it in between 70 and 90%. So that way, maybe it's setting up for another move. But yeah, very powerful filters.
All right,
Well, Barry,
Andy. Well, I guess I'll take over from you
all
now.
right.
And
I appreciate it, buddy.
yeah, we'll see you on Friday, I think, right?
Yes, I will be back on Friday. Yeah, it's my
All
it's my
right.
twofer.
Can't
Yeah.
wait. I cannot wait. Okay.
We just
Okay,
don't
Andy.
have I guess we have March Madness coming up pretty soon there, right? Yeah. I don't know if you're
Yes, yes,
yeah,
yes. I'm not a big college football. I mean,
yeah,
college football, college basketball fan. I follow it. I know the
yeah,
teams, but I don't really watch any of the games. But
yeah,
always interesting. To just to follow it as
yeah,
an
it is.
observer of
We like
sports
to
in general.
root for the underdogs. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
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 exactly. You get some of these. The 68th team.
yeah,
If like,
exactly.
are there 68 teams now, or is 72? Did they go to 72?
I thought it was 60, it used to be 64, right?
Well, it used to be 64, but I think they
Okay,
went to 68. Then
okay,
they got
okay.
the
Oh,
play-in
yeah,
and all that.
you're right, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah, that, I don't know if they went to 72 or not, but,
I remember
uh
when Gonzaga came in and nobody had heard of
oh,
Gonzaga. It was
yeah.
just a weird name, and now they're like
Mhm.
a powerhouse,
They are.
but
Yeah,
yeah.
great school. Yeah,
Yeah, great school, yeah.
yeah.
All right, my friend.
Alright, Barry.
Oh,
Well,
wait a
thank you,
minute, wait
buddy.
a minute, wait a minute,
Okay.
wait a minute. Pepe is saying that the, scan did not post.
Oh, I'm sorry. Barry, here, I'm gonna drop it into the, and you, because what happened is I signed in under promotional, today
Okay,
instead of
okay. So drop it in
educational, so
Slack and I'll put it
what
in.
I'll
Okay.
do, let me see if it's still in there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just drop it in there for me, Barry.
Okay.
Alright,
I
buddy.
see it.
Have
Okay.
a good one, man. Thank you.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll post Andy's link in. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Give me one moment as I get rid of my announcement, and then one more moment as I get my music going. And so here's Andy's link. Okay, for those of you in YouTube, this is Andy's link. And Barry with a Y, to answer your question, no, unfortunately, I'm still not in the ZD. Wow, oh, wow, what a it was a lot of it was because I was going to be taking a break, and I knew I was going to be away from my screen, so I didn't feel comfortable. Even though, sure, I could have put a stop in, but wow, yeah. I mean, did that ever work? $50 down to what? 41.50. Would have had some, would have taken some profit along the way. Probably right here, right there. But after that, you're free sailing right down another $6. That's okay. There will be others, and hopefully others who are listening to me maybe took advantage of it. Okay, guys, here's another cheap one for you. Onco, ONCO, under $1, having a pop, getting some volume coming in. It's 80 cents right now. For those of you who trade stocks under $1, who knows? Maybe it'll, what were the highs? A few days ago, got up to almost two and got all the way back down to 62 cents. And here's William's favorite company, Stable Offshore, SOC, on the move here, guys. That's William's favorite company. Did I just call Andy ugly? I don't think so. Yeah, look at that, SOC. So what you're going to start seeing here on the alerts that you get from this compare count window, you're probably most of the alerts you're going to see. Let's take a look and see if I'm right. Not quite, but especially on the, I find it on the long side. But let me see if this one is it. Yeah, would you know it? Well, SOC, you get the alert, and usually accompanied is a big volume burst. Okay, a big volume burst. So not all of them, but there is a volume burst component in the two scans. All right, let's see what's happening with some of these other ones. What are you going to do once I give it to you again, JV? What are you going to do? Save it. Yes. Okay. Now again, it may have. Oh, that's a topless window, not that one. That one right there. So it may have the sound alert in it. Okay. I don't know if it does. It may have the sound alert in it. So you might want to just check it. And if it is a sound alert, it's going to be a baseball bat. The sound alert is disabled. Okay. Now that you've got it on your screen, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Done. You know what I have found today, guys? I mean, in a day like today, I have found we've had quite a few nice trend plays. Obviously, the ZD was awesome on the upside and the downside, but I'm finding we had a lot of trend plays today. You know, things that I've been clicking on that have had decent trends as opposed to chop, 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 chop. Now, the EDSA, I'd be watching that one, and I would watch that one to see if it takes out the high. I mean, it would have a ways to go. Well, not that far, actually. I'd probably put an alert around 4 to see if it gets over 4 again, and then put a price alert up in this area. Because if it takes out that high on some volume, look how the volume is, you know, you can see it's consolidating. There's no volume right now. I mean, there is volume, but it's not standing out. Okay. Barry with a Y. All right. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage one last time today, which will cover all the scans, races, etc., that I'm sharing. Yeah, I mean, the trend really started. Well, obviously the downtrend, but the uptrend really started here. I mean, what time is that's about 9:30, right? 10:30, and we're now at 1 o'clock. So 2.5 hours of a nice. Well, it's consolidating a little bit now, but at least it's not moving down. So on my homepage, so there's my promo code, Barry15. That will get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And that applies to both our standard and premium plans. Okay. All I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep the rooms free. Rooms, yes, I have moderating 2 rooms. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now, there is another room called the trading room. It is free also. It's also open a lot earlier. Obi opens it at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, and it stays open later. William is going to keep this room open till about 3:45 because I leave sometime usually between 2 and 2:30. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now, didn't even know that this room existed, again, there's a lot more action in this room, more interaction amongst traders, and of course the longer hours. Now, taking out a subscription. If you do take out a subscription or you're wondering about the product, I would click on the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. The mandatory thing to do first, if you take out a subscription, 12 short videos to get you started, covering most of the key elements of the program. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea as to whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. A month subscription is just month to month. You can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, free. Okay. Last, and you're on my homepage. Scroll down a little bit more. You can also sign up for the trade of the week. There probably will be one next week, depending on what the market's doing. This week, Steve Gomez, who was the originator of the trades of the week every week, he decided that cash was more prudent, so he didn't pick a single stock. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, click on the view scans. Okay, my custom scans. This is this large cap race right here. This is this compare count movers, upside versus downside movers. Okay, that's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Pulse resumes. Very, very quiet today. Usually this is full almost right after about 9:35. It's usually full. I have other scans that I'm sharing, the Momentum, Gap scan, and the Pepe Combo scan. I do not have them up and running. Neither do I have this race up and running. This is a volatile race. You can look at it if you want. The fact that I don't have these up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm trying to restrict how many things I have open. And I've decided to sort of hit on right now, this is what I want to see. All right, guys. Boy, that ETSA is just a big base now, a nice big base. So, put your alerts around 4 just to see if it gets up there. But look at that base now. All we need is some volume to come in. Okay, it's basing beautifully over the VWAP. Doesn't look like it's any danger of crashing down right now anyway. So I would be definitely putting a price alert, say just over the 4 level to see if it gets there. Consistencies spike in our YouTube room. TCOM $70 calls expire on June 18th. Okay, I'm not a option player, but I'll take your word for it. Yeah, so guys, so I've had a pretty good day. So I'm not looking to necessarily, if I do anything the next little while, I'll definitely be reducing my risk. What do I mean by that? I'll be reducing how much I'm willing to lose on the trade. The interesting thing on the ZD, for me anyway, is it basically went opposite to the market, completely opposite to the market. Let's take a look at it on a 15-minute chart. What I'm talking about. So while the market was doing all this, ZD was moving higher. I mean, it doesn't look as dramatic on a 15, but it's pretty dramatic on a 5. As the SPY was moving high or lower, ZD was moving higher. As the SPY was moving higher, ZD was moving down. Now there's no real correlation. It just I thought it was just interesting the way it happened. It's not that ZD follows the market or anything like that. I just had a pretty choppy day. Up, actually not as choppy as I thought. All right, now how about this one, ALHC? This is sort of on the short watch. Um, let's see, where could it go? Yeah, to me, 1840 is the next low on the weekly, so it doesn't have enough room. And now, if it could get through 1840, then 17 on the weekly chart is the next low. Yeah, too bad about the tree. I mean, we had an alert at around 47.82. Did get up to 45.70, but a dollar away. But the spread was always atrocious. It still is. 07.35, not a great spread. Well, that's quite a rally now. I mean, the Dow is still down 500, SPY is still down 7, Qs are still down 7, but they've definitely rallied off the bottom. Still do not see one positive sector. XLC is the best sector, the communication sector. Remember we saw, I think T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon leading the charge in the communications sector. They were all positive. Everything else was negative. In fact, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the sectors and see. Not that we're going to see a major change in the overall sectors, but see if there are any. Where are you? See, there's going to be some big changes in the percentages. Yeah, for instance, look at energy. Now, 60% of the energy stocks that make up that make up XLE are actually positive. And what's the worst one? Still SLB. That was the worst one earlier today. Still is. So this is what I was talking about with the communication. So there's actually when we looked at this earlier in the day, there were only three stocks that were positive, and that was Verizon, TMUS, and T, I think. But now there's a bunch of them. Lumen, take a look at Lumen. But again, what's the worst one? Yeah, Google. Technology, not quite, but sort of getting to the 50-50 mark. Akamai. Akamai is wow, what a run Akamai's had. Look at that run, guys. On the 15, straight like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2.5 hours straight up, basically mirroring the SPY. But what's the worst? Micron, MU. That's the worst one today, down 7%. Western Digital down 5.7%. Or you can see how you can kind of use these. You can check out what the top one in a sector is. What is the worst one in a sector? So consumer discretionary. You know what? Best. I mean, this is still 90% are down, but Best Buy is still leading the charge. And the worst one is AZO. Is this Whirlpool? WHR? Yeah, Whirlpool. Anyone trade? Are you talking about Viking, Snowman? Viking, the cruise, the river cruises. Looked at it earlier. I wanted to compare if that's what you're talking about. Talking to Snowman in our YouTube room. I looked at it earlier. Because we saw the cruisers themselves, the ocean cruises were down. Viking really wasn't. It was basically kind of flat. So I don't know. I haven't looked at it in several hours though. Yeah, pretty nice actually. But it's a river cruise, and now it's above the high of yesterday. So it's not doing too badly. Whereas, let's take a look at NCLH. Probably maybe a bit of a recovery. Yeah, recovered. Still down for the day, but has recovered. Come off the low, $20, and I'm sure CCL and RCL are going to be very similar. But Viking was never down that much. And I guess definitely a difference between river cruising and ocean cruising. Oh, ON, guys, making new highs again. Boy, remember you guys, YOU. This had a tremendous day. This, I think, was an earnings play. I think it was. Yeah, this was an earnings play last week. You know what? And it is still hanging around. I mean, it had the big pop. It got up to 46, and it's still what I would call sort of the fourth day, not necessarily super continuation, but certainly not giving it up. That is YOU. And just hanging just over 50 again. The high looking left is 50.46. Well, this could be interesting. This is I don't recall really seeing this one last month. Obviously, it was an IPO. Alloy. This was an IPO. ALOY. It is at the high of the day. It's it's a high now, lifetime high. ALOY. Engages in the rebuilding of domestic supply chain resilience for rare earth elements and magnets. Who's behind this one? So this started trading on the 25th. Okay, let me see. On the 25th, where's our dates here? I wonder if this was a direct listing or something, direct to market. I don't see it here. So it's probably one of those direct to market because I do not see it. At any rate, kind of an interesting plus. Let's see, rare earths company Real Alloys receives Pentagon funding. That was yesterday. See if I can find it in our news here, the 25th. Yeah. Don't know anything about this company. I don't know who's behind it. Don't know if it was a SPAC that turned into this. There are very few shares available to short, 9,000 at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, so this NATL, it got right into yesterday's high, almost, not quite. And that looks like it's trying to stall it. SPY, let's see, what do we have? We've got 68 million. Yeah, it's definitely something wrong there. It's 68 million. Probably by the end of the day, it'll do about the same as it did yesterday. 87 million, so it needs another 20 million or so. 2.5 hours left. Yeah, I'm sure it'll do that. Almost feel like shorting this one, this NATL. A little downturn now. Just underneath the whole number. Low there was 44.75. Maybe I'll put a price alert around 44.79 and see if it gets close to that. And then, because the VWAP is certainly it's far enough away, 47, maybe that'll act as a bit of a magnet. Well, it hit it, but came right back up. As I say, guys, if I'm taking this, I'm going to reduce my risk. Risk meaning how much I'm willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work. Hope the chat is enjoying ACRV. Haven't seen that one. ACRV. This is from Dan in our YouTube room. ACRV. Yeah, I haven't seen that one today. Up 13%. Yeah, good. Nice run from here. Was there news on this one? ACRV to bring CLIA operations and laboratory resources in-house. Okay, and that's your new. That was yesterday. I don't know if that had any effect. Yes, it did. A little bit of a move. Now, for some reason, I have an alert for TTD at 25 or 25.12. So let's see what's happening with this one. Now, this was, of course, got hammered down on earnings. Actually, it wasn't, well, it dropped on it, but it had already been in a fairly steep descent before that. Now, I don't know why I put an alert right there. It should have been maybe right there. Anyway, there's TTD over 25 now. Yeah, you can say that again, but don't. What a recovery in the SPY. Yeah. Ever since 9:30 or 10:30. From 10:30, that was kind of the bottom. 10:35, that was the bottom. And we've basically been basically straight up from there. Some minor jogs. Monica, if you can't have a little bit of fun, trading can be trading is pretty darn stressful. So little injection of levity is, I think, is always good for the soul. Okay, guys, I am. I almost got knocked out of the NATL. Almost. I'm in the short. I'm in the short. Again, very, very, very low risk for me. When I say low risk, I'm talking about how much I'm willing to lose on the trade if it's not working. I have a thumbnail on my other monitor, so let's see if that little sell flag can drive it down just a little bit. If it gets down underneath that 47.75, that might get it going. I did. I did. I put a price alert right there. 47.74. I didn't even realize. So it had just gone negative too. 24 cents. So, I don't know. 86.92 on the bid ask. I don't know. I probably need the market to help me a little bit. And, I don't want that. Don't want that for you guys. So I might just turf this. I'm in a short of NATL stocks hinge. She asked unhinged. Only thing I'm in right now. Keep an eye on the EDSA, guys. I mean, it's still hanging around that 360 mark. Okay, you never know. What time is it now? 138. You never know later on if it gets some volume to come in. It could break right through 4 and make a challenge at the high of the day. Took myself out of it, guys. Took myself out of the NATL. A very minor loss on it. Again, I didn't risk much. Probably that's it for me. What time is it now? 22. So we'll probably only have about 20 minutes left, unless there are questions, of course. That would be nuts if the SPY did turn green. Yes. Koru, that's the Korean country ETF, isn't it? Didn't I read some bad news? The turnaround. Yeah, I mean, it's still down, but it's at the high of the day. So, yeah, so you're talking about a bounce. And didn't I see that the Korean market just, well, look, a big collapse. Imagine if we had the SPY doing that. Well, remember when we were looking at the tech stocks, I think Micron was the lowest one in the XLF. I think not XLF, XLK. I think that was the lowest one in the list. Well, we have a couple. We have a couple now of positive sectors. Not wildly positive, but so there's the communications, and there's the one, guys. I mean, there's financial. We'd love to see financials get up above that 200-day moving average again. See how retail got close today? We got under, but it's not. It looks like it's going to close above. Tech, wow, tech got right at it, right underneath it, opened right underneath the 200-day moving average, but it's a little bit above it now. Yeah, so silver and they've all rallied, but silver is still down a lot, 6.8%. All right, let's take a look at some of these that are showing up in the upside versus downside. So this is what I'm talking about. See how they get a big volume burst right here? This is part of the scan. It has to have, I think it's 300%. Let's see what it is. 300% in the last minute. 300% are normal, yeah, in the last minute. So that's why generally you see a lot of these in the afternoon. Big volume, something really standing out. It's not a bad move, guys. I mean, it's 5N. I mean, it's it's been moving up, but I don't want to call that consolidation exactly, but that's a nice little move. What does it have when you look left? A little bit of room. I mean, 1850, 1816 now, so it's got a little bit of room to that high. See the volume burst right here? See how it stands out? You look left and you see, you have one back here, but that's quite a while ago. So that's what this scan is trying to find. Especially later on. I mean, it's always the filters are the same throughout the day, but I find that it looks more dramatic in the afternoon. After things that sort of settle down a bit, and then some enthusiasm comes back into a stock, and you're going to see. So these are stocks, making new highs of the day, but also on volume. If we're in red, be new low of the day. See, look at the volume bursts. I think I had RNA, Obi. I think RNA was a price alert for me at some point. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, RNA. I had a price alert at 1540, 1554 for it. And nice. Yeah, I mean it. Volume coming in. Volume coming in. The high right there is 1593. Well, what happens if it takes that out? Now, this is not. This was a spin-off or something. I can't remember what happened here. I mean, this was looked like a buyout right there, but that is that's right to 220, and then the next day is the next day. So I don't know what happened here. This is like a buyout right here. All right, guys, 148. So maybe only a little over 10 minutes for me, unless there are some questions. So if you have any questions, don't be sitting on them. Well, Barry, this race here will usually show some pretty good trends. Okay. The reason being is that the stocks, these are large cap stocks and they're near the high of the day every time you see it. So, it was at the high of the day here, 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 all the way up. But of course, you could always turn around and say, you know what? Perhaps that's a little overextended now. Though, I mean, it's fairly narrow still. You see how it hasn't gone super parabolic. Where's flute? Let's see. I'll tell you. Remember now, I've got some filters in place that may prevent it. And I'll tell you. Okay, the float is good. Market cap. Oh no, yeah, no, the float is good. Minimum 50 million. Well, let's take a look. See how, remember, guys, if you remember, I showed you this list. Just after the market opened, the 9:30 open. There were two stocks on it. So flute is not on this list. So there is usually a reason. Well, there's always a reason. Now it's possible. Okay, so the market cap is fine, 95%, 2% from the close. So all that is fine. Yeah, well, like 200,000 shares, of course, that's fine. Ah, all I had to do was look at the very first one, the very, very first filter. So that's why. I mean, I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. Okay. If I expanded this, what's the price here? Let's make it 120. There you are. Okay. So just like everything I've got that I'm sharing, you can always adjust it to whatever price range you want. That people was probably going, look at the top filter, look at the top filter, look at the top filter. Yeah, but beautiful. I mean, that is beautiful. That's about as good as it gets. Seriously, you know, narrow wave, narrow. All the bars are touching the top of the wave. Doesn't get too parabolic. And again, the only reason I say, obviously, if you're in it way down here, sure, you'd love it to go parabolic. But if you're not, if you're in it in this area, you'd like it to be more orderly. So you don't get people sort of panicking a bit and saying, "Oh, I better take some profit." Not panicking, but deciding to take some profit when you get a big parabolic move. Way easier to just keep in something like this. If you don't have the wave, you should at least attempt. It doesn't cost anything, and it's just a nice visual aid. I'm talking to you, Barry, with a Y specifically, just in general. But using it doesn't mean you have to worry about a buy flag or a sell flag. It's just visual. That's all. But I'm not trying to convince anybody to do it. But I mean, you can just sort of see that if you were in this trade right here, how there'd be absolutely no reason to get out. You might have, you might have looked along the way and said, maybe I should take some off now or now. Just no reason to get out. Just a visual aid. It's not a scan. I'm not using it for seeing a buy or a sell flag. It's just keeping me in the trade a lot longer. But I'm not trying to convince you to do it. And you can see right off the bat, this is very choppy, not trending. Yeah, I know that's outside the price range, but did see Akamai. Yeah, that was one of, excuse me. Yeah, stellar. What a turnaround. All right, guys, I may only have about 5 minutes left. So if you have any questions, another one. Look at that. Look. No, not quite. Only because of this. This little area right there. You had the piercing. You would, if you'd been in this one here, almost for sure would have taken some off here, but not everything. And you just keep riding it and riding it and riding it. I'm talking about the ONON. Oh, there's no question. But these ones I find, regardless of what the market's doing overall, these ones just because they're large cap stocks, which are typically not as volatile. Number one, and these are stocks near the high of the day. So most of the ones that I see here doesn't really even matter what day or what type of day. I mean, obviously the market's had a tremendous trend. You're right. You're absolutely right. But I tend to see these ones having a decent trend regardless of the type of day it is. And just again, just because they're large cap stocks. They're not all, but I mean, again, this is probably more like the market. What's happened? You can almost put a timestamp on these, but Inta, not in it anymore. Now, why did I put a price alert there? There. Why not? Look at that. So tomorrow it's gonna be interesting. I mean, this has 33 as the high of the day it had earnings. Actually, this is the reaction. Okay, yes, this was post market, but the big reaction was the next day. So it is trying to crawl back. This could be watch tomorrow, guys. See if it makes another attempt to get close into that gap. Oh, look at this one. I mean, seriously, there's some awesome ones here. I mean, remember now, these are 2-minute charts. On a 2-minute chart, you would expect a lot more chop, right? You would expect, on the 5-minute chart or 15, you would expect, you wouldn't see the volatility as much. But look at this even on a 2-minute chart for SLG. Now, did we know it was going to do this down here? Of course, no, not 100%, but that's why I was saying, pay attention. This is a great scan when the market is terrible. Now, it has recovered, but when the market is terrible, because you're seeing stocks that are running counter to the market. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:59 now. So if I don't see any questions, I'm going to take off. A few things I want to do. I can always stay if there are questions, but I'm not seeing any now. So I'll probably wrap it up. Now you might see me back, a while later. If you see my pointer moving around, that means I am back. So if there's a question, I will, and you happen to still be around, I'll answer it. But otherwise, for those of you who are on YouTube, if you want to go over to the main room, you can do so. That room will be open until 3:45. And how to do that? You click on my homepage link. Oops. All right, what is going on? Hmm. I lost connection. There it is. Okay. Okay, so if you click on my home, this is for people who are on YouTube right now, and you want to come into the main room, click on my homepage link, scroll down, click on the trading room, the more info. It's free. Okay, this room will open also tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, and it'll go to 3:45 today. So for YouTubers, I'm going to have to shut you guys down. We'll put my announcement up here. The layout will still be visible until 3:45. Okay, guys. So I have to shut down YouTube now. So we'll see you YouTubers tomorrow.